Hello, everyone, and welcome, to that game, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So I have seen a little bit of this, I should note. I do know some of this game. Mostly I've seen a lot of, clips. Like, I saw, like, a short of somebody playing that was like, is this a bucket? And like a couple of other things. I know the general idea is that like you're playing and there's like a narrator, and like when you do something the narrator has to like come up with like a hit like more story or something. Yeah, I don't know a lot about this, so let's begin the game. The end is never the end, is never the end, is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
27.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
Probably.
happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Apparently I'm like tapping something. Ooh. What are these like movement physics? I feel like I'm like on skates here. That's weird. Control for crouch. F1? F1. F1? Oh, G814-F1. I see. I hate Mondays. Nice. How does the audio sound? Does it sound alright? Simplified controls. Placid. I don't know what that actually does. Think it's okay? Narrator may have been a bit loud. I think Mom's alarm is going off. I can't get. Maybe the music itself is a little loud. Yeah, I can change like the settings individually. So that's why I figured like yeah, the alarm, it's really quiet. I was trying to tell somebody else about it. But they haven't heard me. But it's like really quiet. So leave them around 80 or 90.
This is the story of a man.
We'll try that.
Alexa, end timer.
We'll give that a try.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna put our laundry in. You got anything that needs washing?
Yeah, but I don't really
No
have
matter how
time to get
hard
it all
Stanley
together
looked,
and put
he
it
couldn't
in.
find
I
a
gotta leave
trace
in
of his
about 1 minute.
co-workers.
So,
Stanley went around touching every little thing in
In
the
the
office,
office.
but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
hanging up there.
Nice. Oop, I turned the computer off.
Well, I know I need to wash all the rugs in there.
I like work. I just hate my boss.
Okay, you need to wipe all the
That's
legs,
great.
is that?
Yeah, we can put your
Jump is
laundry-
space, but space is not doing anything.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now, go ahead and start your laundry. I can always throw a couple of things I need in with the towels as well.
There's apparently
You can only put one
two
load in at a time while the towel's clean.
interact buttons.
Okay.
That door does nothing. That door does nothing. That door does nothing. Or did it advance the story in any way? No jumping in the office. Boss will get mad. That it feels like, I don't know if there's a way to change this, but the movement feels really awkward. Again, it kind of feels like I'm like skating for some reason. Like I'm moving around and it's like weird. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't feel. It feels weird. Tell me Stanley walks awkward. For me, that's lore. Boop. I just turned the computer off again. It's very floaty and slippery. Yeah, it feels very floaty and slippery. That's a good way of putting it. I wonder if I have to like beat the game initially in order to like do anything else. Because like I said, I can't seem to jump. The space bar doesn't seem to do anything. I'm not really able to see this too well. Current time is internal clock error. Please reset. I really can't read that. I really can't read any of that. But it's fine. I'll just turn the computer off. I mean, clearly nobody's using it, so. I hate Mondays. There's a ladder. The roof is like torn apart. Alrighty.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did he now? Some of these lights aren't on. Ooh, that computer's on and glowing very brightly. That's also extremely bright.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
TPS report. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market. Something. No slides on the slide. Charts, charts and slides, and slides. Monetize free to play. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rates of increase in graphs per slide. Please no more charts. Please I beg. Stop. The boss appreciation minute. Circle the 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate. Return to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, misspelled, but more inclined toward what are your dreams for the future? Transcend, plant life, football, pollution, spring break, success, metamorphosis, clear skin, a boat, mitosis. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let a ball up beside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on others. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Nice. Still better slides than what I got handed in uni. Oof. What do people want? Things. I mean, they're not wrong. Happy feelings is crossed off. Violet James, you're fired. Stock market is somewhere here. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs, graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Bi-quarterly post-review. We need less reviews. 402 plus 405. Want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. Oh, 402 and 405. Those are probably employee numbers. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of Child trap. Teenagers, teeny part. Size of demographic, slightly bigger part. Space between the teenagers, a lot of percentage. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins / trash can. Renaming of the ideas bin. Firing of me, I think is what it says. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. Meeting room, floor XX. Group, cabal, planning. Meeting schedule. Monday. Weekly target admin, marketing Mondays. 451's private time. Group 40X. All the way down this way. And here. This box is too small. 8 bird. Pre-review of weekly review. Office party. IT department. Termination Tuesdays. War broke Wednesdays. Mergers. Weekly review. Pranking. Floor 5 meeting. Office efficiency. Yep. Financial panic meeting. Legal bosses inspection. Ideas and development. What to do about 432. Don't tell 432 about this meeting. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Standardize graphs 40x 40x wide. Not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... Nice. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Jim. 417-491-431-405-416. Jim. Just random Jim. Quarterly pie chart profits. I don't think any of that actually says anything. Help. Help. It's a post-it. I'm a post-it. Help. I'm a post-it. Broom closet. There's nobody in the broom
Stanley
closet.
stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Wasn't there somebody in the broom closet?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. Yes, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Nice.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
He's not wrong. There's nothing to interact with here.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Just a girl doing broom closet things, right?
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
That's concerning.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I love this game
Well,
already.
I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead.
It's dead.
They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, you've done that. Just step out into the hallway.
Nice. I mean, there really isn't anything in here, like, at all. There's nothing I can interact with. I literally can't even interact with the broom.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Oh my lord, I love it. Let's go, broom closet ending. Right. I do think that's it. Because now he's not reacting to me at all.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But it's red and glowy down here. There's literally just a red glowy light. It didn't react to me going down, though. Oh, I can't go back now either. Executive bathroom. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Extreme bathrooms. I like the
Unbelievable.
time.
You
Subject name here.
must be the pride of.
Subject hometown here.
Stretch Stretchy time! I like the Time magazine that literally has a clock on it. That's great. Ooh, do a stretch. My avatar doesn't have any, like, animations. I don't know if there's a way to set up animations in VC Face. Sadly. Or, like, if there's a better program to even use or something, anything like that. But I did a stretch. The beige pages. Get it? Because yellow pages. Does anybody even know what a phone book is anymore? Like, when was the last time somebody used a phone book? Can't go that way.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
It's true. I couldn't possibly have known.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Thumbs.
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
The narrator's like, hey, I just told you the thing.
2845.
Certificate of pompousness?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Because I didn't input the 2845 that he told me.
Descending
You had
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
And it has to stop and load the other map. And now I'm back up here. Not that there's anything up
Here we are,
here.
Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
He apparently has no reaction to me just putting in numbers.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Nah.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time?
Whoa,
the suspense is killing me. Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Please hold. Nice.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Oh my lord, I love this already.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
You can't go back. Down the elevator we go.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Nice. Oh, narrator had no dialogue that time.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience? to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters. Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you, which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't expect this to be completely different.
Okay. The room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley, live on stage. World's healthiest human being, Ultrix revealed. How we did it, the pyramids. Live, the guy who went to Mars. Nice. An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Stanley Parable Stanley, tonight live on stage. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable, tonight live on stage. World's first sentient machine.
All right,
To stage.
are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Stanley Ryder, almonds, chair, gum, table, nut bar. 427. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your conscience. The storyteller, Stanley reveals all in his new book. Up again, down again, the Stanley story. Oh, my lord. This is fantastic. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Is that Bob Hopkins? Mario? It looks like the Bob Hopkins version of Mario. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. I can't read that one very well. Like, I can't read the white print up at the top. It just says the Lord meet and greet on the bottom. I can't read the white lettering at the top there. Oh, I can't go backwards. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. I guess that's technically an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That was great.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Once again, I have turned off the computer. That's a different computer than the one that was on last time, I think. Waiting input. Input received. I have input purple, I guess. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's like I have to hit that each time in order to like trigger something. I don't know.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright. There's the broom closet.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I was like, is there a continuation to the broom closet?
To his boss's office.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Nice. There we go.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator
Nope,
and went
okay.
back up.
Nothing new on the elevator.
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Alright. It doth loop. Oh, I actually have to leave. I actually have to go to the boss's office
Here we
before
are,
they let me
Stanley.
go back
It's your
down.
boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape. Button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Mind control facility, huh? Cameras.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Which one was Stanley? Was it 447? 427. So this one was Stanley right here. Oh, yep, that is his office.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Yeah.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Activate power cells. One, two. I bet you there's a way to find out like a code that you have to input here. And if you do that, I bet you you get like a side, an extra like thing. There's the 5 button. So the 1 and the 2 button. And the 5 button. But I didn't see the other buttons. Oh, here's 3. I'm sure there's a code here too. That you have to like push in a certain order. Mind controls idle, awaiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Backup power to activate.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Oop. The end is never the end. Yeah, I mean, there was a... We did reach, like, one ending of sorts, so...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Turn the computer's off. Oh, this computer doesn't have an input. Doesn't say input on it anymore. Oh. Hey, second input. Input received. Awesome. Good ending. I mean, it was funny, that's for sure. So, I got the elevator ending, I guess you could say. I went up and down the elevator a bunch.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I went in the broom closet too many times. The narrator has blocked it off. That's great.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Yes, I got an ending by going up and down this elevator a bunch, basically. That was funny. Apparently now I just got the I blew everything up ending.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Whoops.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the... Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job. You did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Nice. Very nice. That was totally by accident too. I didn't mean to walk off the freaking platform.
All of his coworkers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his coworkers.
Oop. None of the computers require an input this time. Which means, I wonder if I passed it then. Maybe it's like back here, one of these. No? There's actually no computer awaiting input? Maybe that one didn't really count as like an ending, so it didn't increment the...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Advance the story. Yeah, there's no computers awaiting input this time, at least not here. Like maybe there is in like another room? That I just like can't get to.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
So far, that has been different every time. I mean, the pin's always been the same, but the description when I walk in.
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Down the elevator we go. Into the spooky
Stanley walked straight
corridor.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Let's not walk over the desk this time.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Yeah, I was just trying to like get close to this and look at this. And when I like hopped up here, I accidentally like went forward and fell off is what happened. So
now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
So that was great.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, I'm seeing the 1 and the 2 and the 5 and the 3. 3's over here. I don't actually know where 4 is. I'm sure there's some kind of puzzle there that I have to solve when, like, I hit the button. Maybe, is that 4 up there? There's like a button up there I just saw. It's a little hard to see. And it looks like there's a gate here. So I think I have to... I think I would have to hit the thing and then, like, try to climb up there, but... We'll go for the normal ending this time. Then maybe we'll start playing around with other stuff after that.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end...
Off.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! We got the true ending. Complete the Stanley Parable. Get your first achievement. Awarded as getting any other achievement before this one.
All of his
Nice.
co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
The end is never the end, it's never the end. Any computers awaiting input? No. I think because I actually got the regular ending, now it's gonna send me down a thing to like show me that there's other endings. Like things are gonna start to change.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go to the right door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
$4.50.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
125.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
The notepad.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on
Creepy.
creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left. Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Right? It's so true.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Warning, don't jump for the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Danger. Vent access for trained employees only. Climb at your own risk.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is
Asking
it,
for
Stanley.
her?
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your will aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
B4. I can't drive the forklift.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
What?
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Whoa. Interesting.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press G on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Now, please press I.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press G.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press X to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press B to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Please press G to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Please press U to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press L to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer.
Oh.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Please press H to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Press L to be at work in the morning. Okay. Ah, I see. But I can't... Nothing will happen until I press that button.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
First, press B to question nothing.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps Well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh. All right. Interesting. Interesting.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Very interesting. Oh. Ha-ha! Yes! Well.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Nice.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are you sick of this gag yet? Yes, no.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
Nice.
Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Nice. Begin the game again. That one actually required me to restart it, it seemed.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Well, we're back to the end is never the end is never the end on the computers. So that's interesting. I still haven't been able to input further than those, just the two, though. Game has not allowed me to input farther.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He entered the door on his left, so this one.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Can I, like, go down here? I can. Well.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path. The office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the...
Narrator sound system.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Apparently that was an ending. Alright.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Yeah, this has been great. Like, I've really been enjoying this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet
when he
when
looked
he
down?
looked down?
It's
Why
true.
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Whoa.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I'm a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oop.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh my. Stanley died. And thus, Stanley died. Yet again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Now the question is, what do I do now? Suppose I could try the escape option. New content. Oh.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
New content. Keep breaking stuff. You look like one of the IBM models. That doesn't surprise me.
And thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Right?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe mostly tedious. It's as if
tedious.
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All
New
right.
content. The jump
All right,
circle.
let's see. It's the jump circle.
32 jumps remaining.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Indeed. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
And back to the beginning. Maybe? Hang on. This isn't right. This isn't quite right.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
In the vent. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Stanley Parable. Oh, can't go that way. Memory Zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
2013. Stanley Parable. Zone, Sweet Zone. Can't open door. Don't forget the Stanley Parable. (2014) Independent Games Festival. Audience Awards, Stanley Parable. Nice. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to Stanley Parable in the category Story. It says The Last of Us under that. Good times. Let's begin again. Doors. Stanley Parable. Buy on Steam or download the demo. Free. The original remake. Stanley Parable. Mind Control Facility. I remember. 2013. Okie dokie. Trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. $1 bill. Stanley Parable demonstration. I think that's the demo. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. What? Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. What? British Academy of Film and Television Arts nominee, British Academy Award, Stanley Parable for Game Innovation. Nominee, British Academy Award, debut game, story. Stanley Parable deals tough choices.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
And so holding the game to the standards of any other title is simply not going to be correct. How do you review what has become known as Stanley Parable HD? Full-scale reimagining of one of the most intriguing mods available online. How do you discuss it, analyze it, and recommend it? It's quite simple. You don't. 10 out of 10. Flawless victory. Games rated 10 aren't perfect, since nothing is, but they come as close as you could get in a given genre. New must-have game in its sector. We're talking pure ecstasy. Check out more reviews on or the Destructoid score guide. ModDB 2012 Interaction Award. Big Sushi.fm Best of Packs. So I guess it was a mod for something then. And that got like really popular, and they expanded it into like a full-on game. That's what I'm assuming based off of everything here. Top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable. Person of the Year, Stanley. I don't know what that is. Stanley Parable Collector's Edition. Her number is 29. Haven't seen like any of these yet. Fairing snake oil salesman routine. What?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
SDK source. Move objects, create levels, graphics. Carpet, repeatable carpet textures.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Drinks?
Oh
Steam.
no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Caution, 9 foot, 6 inches high.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Funny?
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny? I like the way he said that. Steam reviews. It's all Steam reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Not recommended.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button?
Skip button?
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Skip button.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for you to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of the... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
It is!
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all.
This is where you left off.
Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Yeah.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Oh. There's no narrator. Skip. Clock fell off. Skip.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an
Narrator's gone again. Skip.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Skip. Poor narrator. He's gone again. The tree is completely withered. Oh. Oh, the building is withering. Skip. Light. Nature is regrowing. Skip. Oh. And now it is desolate and destroyed. Skip. There's still no narrator. Whoa. Okay. The whole room seems to be gone now. Oh dear. Maybe we skipped a little too much, yeah? Just a little too much. There's nothing. It's a barren wasteland as far as the eye can see. Oh, is that it? Yep. Then the end is never the end. Wow. That was wild. Like, that was actually really cool.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
And also still no computer to input further. None of these computers have been awaiting input. It sucks because I got 2, but that was it. All I got was 2.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
New content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Into the elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Whoa.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Stanley
Yes,
Parable
you
2.
see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
427.
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Zwei, dos. 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe,
Off
don't you
painting
think? Ultra
K.TJ.
Deluxe. What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented.
Off-painting
It
D.
screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. Stanley Parable 2. New mug. Nice. It's the Stanley Parable 2. More TSP, better TSP. Paradigm shift synergy, brick and mortar approach. Envelop cheat-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. Sequential mindshare. Two Stanleys.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical.
Design number
really.
2 chat. Who took the red marker? Me. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, oh god, Dark Souls 2, oh god. 2. Way to the show floor. New features. New content.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Merch. New features, new content, new game. The end is ever the end. Again, this t-shirt is the best new feature. 2. Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized
Too big,
and validated
too
as
small.
people.
Just right.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Name. Here you are today.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now,
Jim.
the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise
No,
you'll
she
love
hasn't
it.
come out yet.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise,
Jim.
soon you'll start to lose
Jim.
all sense
Jim.
of who you actually
Jim.
are.
Jim.
He put the Jim button away.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
The end is never the end, so therefore where would you put an epilogue? Infinite hole. Settings, world champion, infinite hole, free achievement. Stanley, collectibles. Free, new and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. It just works. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I can't get the test achievement. I can't get the test achievement. Which is sad. I wanted the test achievement. Sorry, I have something. Had something in my sock. I had to get out. I had to. Yeah, I mean, I can
What
see
else?
why.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I can easily see why there would be no way they could do a Stanley Parable 2, you know? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your remarkable life.
One out of 6. You found it!
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Jump circle this map. Free achievement. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Merch. Settings World Champion. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. Office decorations. Epilogue collectibles. Infinite hole and exit. The infinite hole. It won't end.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, stepniece. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, stepniece, it is.
Nice.
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I like how stuff changes, like, behind you as you go along. Distant space-time, distant past, distant space-time, distant future, falling, whole like infinity. Depth infinite. Hole entrance infinity. Infinite hole chart. Depth space. Hole. More hole. Infinity. Falling. Science. More. Huh? It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Whee!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Press G to return to the surface.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley.
Oops.
I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
G to return to the surface.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Meeting at 2 p.m.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
What?
Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's... Here, try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Welp. This is my life now. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Oh. the hole. It is going down. What is this, Portal 2? Like the scene where you're going up in Portal 2. F to change your perspective. Change your perception. It plays different music each time you hit G. H to change your reality. Ha! Nice. J to change yourself. I'm upside down? What? Fan art, maybe?
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. We can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
Stanley.
Toodle-pip.
Oh. Loading.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
That was great. I loved everything about that. Button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Red is the new orange. A whole new office. The baby's all grown up. Bankruptcy. I think some of these are things that I haven't encountered yet, like the baby. I think there's some of the stuff that's things that I haven't done yet.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
The
And in
bucket.
fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
The bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Mostly infinite hole.
You
Jump
know what,
circle.
Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Jumps remaining 30. Settings, world champion. Oh, I can't do that, apparently. That must be the last thing. I think I have to go over here first, and then I can do that. I think this is the only other thing. Maybe? No, this is epilogue. What do I still have? Is there anything that I still must do? You heard Jim in the game. Office decorations, reassurance bucket, button that tells you, that says your name. Unless I didn't finish with the bucket, since I still am holding on to it.
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Nice. Collectibles, achievement. Yeah, I don't actually know what else it wants me to do, to be honest. Oh, I can't go in there. Just pushing up against the invisible wall. Exit. I see. I have to go this way.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Nah.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Version 2.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. Whoa.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Oh
but
no.
as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Has it been a month since you subbed, maybe?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh. I just realized that you can, like, hold the right button to walk forward. That's weird.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Broom closet. Yes!
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't
hand over the bucket.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I've never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Subreddit up. I was wondering if that might be the case.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate.
Probably
no more
Stanley.
discussion. Take a hike by the closet with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Nice.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Oh my lord. I can't believe there's so much freaking
You know what?
stuff with
I
this
could
broom
take the
closet.
name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Oh my lord, I love it. As if the initial like room, you know, the initial like broom closet wasn't enough. Now you have the broom closet with the bucket. It's only a couple extra lines, but still, it's great.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Especially with the bucket stickers. Executive bathroom. There are no reflections.
You
Hey!
found one of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure. Job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yay, 2 figurines. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. I wonder if that's been changing at all. I just never went in there. Oh, wait. Input. I don't think I ever checked that computer.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
logical explanation. Sure. Sure it is. Oh, figure.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine. Well, that's 3 Stanlerines. Down we go.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Nice.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I love that the only thing that's been different is just that I have a bucket now.
The monitors jumped to life. Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's mind.
What the frick, dude?
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point,
The bucket.
he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Trust only the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
In a really
The
cool
bucket
way.
made a sassy comment about taking over the system. When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Nice.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
I love that the only difference is that we have a bucket.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Lens not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Nice. This is now the bucket parable. Nice. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So it's just one more input.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
So yes, whether you pick up the bucket or not, from what I understand, determines, like, if your actions are going to cause, like, original Stanley Parable stuff, or if it's going to cause the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe
touched the bucket
stuff.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Totally worth the detour.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Nice.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Nice.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much
As
time as
time
it
as
needed
needed
to
to
be
be
in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Yup. Surely. Clearly.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh. Hang on. It's a Stanley.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Stanlerines. Stanlerine or Figley? Definitely Stanlerines. Definitely Stanlerine. Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
But Stanley
Whoops.
feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oops. Awaiting input. Input received. What? Buttons.
I know you don't want a hamburger, but there's noodles out there if you want some of those.
Go. Buttons. Oh, they're resetting when they get over there. I see that. There's infinite buttons. I don't know if there's anything I'm supposed to be doing, or if this is the end of this route. Yeah, there's like a ridiculous amount of stuff in this. Like, I haven't even touched on it, like half of it, and we've been going for like 3 hours. It's like I can almost turn off every button in the line. I can't completely, though. The sequel is now paused. Nice. Okay.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
It's the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meet, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I see. Yeah, see, I didn't come in here at all before.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
I care about you, Stanley.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Room closet. The Adventure Line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
What?
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
You have to give up the bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it really feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Insert bucket to destroy.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be paying for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Huh? The bucket destroyer
Bucket Destroyer.
blew up everything.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I freaking love this game, dude. This is amazing. But yeah, I think that's supposed to be like your hint that if you want the other, like the original stuff, you have to go without the
Already
bucket.
this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
The bucket, like, sets you on the path of the Ultra Deluxe content. So we'll not take the bucket this time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded.
You could have never gone that
butterflies in
route.
his stomach, but
I mean,
eager to
this
get
is the
back
only
to business,
time I've played.
Stanley took the first open door on
But I
his
didn't
left.
even realize, like, I didn't even realize that this was like its own thing. I thought this just went right back.
And so
I
he
didn't realize
detoured
that
through the
this was a
maintenance
whole
section, walked
extra
straight
thing.
ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further
Off track.
So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
But I also don't think I can finish finding the Stanlerines without the bucket.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
It's the truck.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket is gone. I repeat, the bucket is gone.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh, boy. I still want to find the one clip that I saw. Is this a bucket? Am I in the back rooms?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oop.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Still no bucket.
Okay,
No doors.
It's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Time to go backwards.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Are we in the back rooms? I think we're in the back rooms.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest.
I mean, this was
place at all.
pre-back
Is
rooms,
this the
but
story?
still.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall.
think
but
back
I
room
believe my
started in
story took place in an office
2019.
building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
There was no exits. The Stanley
Right,
Parable
I've
2
got a
Adventure
solution.
Line.
This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is
What's
that?
A. Eh? This is new.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
Right.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Number 006. The adventure line is going all over the place. Employee 432 peer reviews. Financial records, corporate imbalances, monthly ledgers. What? What? Oops, I stepped out of the adventure line, so now I just broke it.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Restart.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
437.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
What the frick, dude?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's the adventure line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
The confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all
First
one
restart,
giant ending?
2 doors down,
And we're
many
supposed to
additional
restart
doors.
the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Times deadly
So
dice.
now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall.
Territory.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to
Starts on its
decide?
own.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, now we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That means
No matter
that
how
there
hard
must
Stanley
be a
looked,
bucket.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yeah, the bucket's back.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking
Speak
to
to him.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Or did he?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Well,
suppose
I
that
found
would
it.
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Nice. Is this a
Now
bucket?
then, I'm going to run you through some test
This is what I was
scenarios,
looking
and you'll
for.
tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram
Hologram
of
of a bucket.
not an actual bucket.
What?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Is this a bucket? Oh, I can't actually walk over there. I see. I see. Is this one a bucket, though? No.
Correct. It is a 3D
Even
printed
if it
recreation
came
of
from
a
a
bucket,
bucket?
not an actual bucket.
What the frick? What the frick?
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
I'm looking at my bucket. We even got a little sticker to remind me of what a bucket is. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the sticker. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the sticker. No!
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Looking at my sticker. Looking at that. Looking at my sticker. Looking at that. Yes!
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Nice.
Is this a bucket?
See, this one looks like a tractor. But if I know my buckets, I know this is absolutely a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
What? No explanation.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Just no explanation on how the tractor was a bucket. No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What? Trick
Item...
question. How was it?
I can't
How
find
was
the
it
next
both?
one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
How was it both? Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay.
No.
Here we go.
No. Yes?
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't seem to be that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets. Okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
What the frick, dude? That was... I loved that. That was amazing. The freaking bucket ending.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
That was hilarious.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
What the frick? He wasn't to get through the bucket anyway. It's so true. Don't know if I'm actually doing anything or going anywhere. I'm so lost. I legitimately have no idea if I'm even going anywhere. We can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. Okay. I don't know what gave me that achievement just now. I don't think I was hitting the jump key. I was hitting the walk key, but I wasn't hitting jump that I'm aware of. I see the pillar changing size as I walk towards it. So I'm gonna just keep walking towards this pillar. I don't know what it do. I don't know where I'm going. But clearly I'm moving somewhere because the pillar is getting bigger and bigger. Whoop. Okay. Apparently that was it. Huh? What?
All
Where
of his
am I?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
What the fuck is going on?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I was just in a completely different place there for a moment. There will be a reward for finding them all. Love them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Lol, looks like 927. Five there be. Just take three from me. Gotta collect them all. Places to search. Inside of a sequel exhibit, a large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Okay, so this is a checklist of the Stanlerines. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shining float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. Oh my. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Figures are hard to find. Follows clues provided by employee 416. Thank you. Good luck. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. I have to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardial microphones. All floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize the resources to their retrieval. There are many questions. There is no memo from management. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Nice. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Magic. Why floating? A quarterly success? Magnets. Training exercise on management. How many are there? 7, 151, 16, 8. Can we sell them? Obviously. More money if sold together. Do you need contracts for them? NDA, potential liability. Bonus stiff. What we know, what we forgot, what we don't know yet. 4421 is building a bridge in the cargo room.
Stanley, we must move on from the broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
There was still more. There was still more freaking broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one.
Figure
and then
Anmarines?
the first number will equal the second number, and that will be... We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his.
Buckets.
None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
Buckets.
Stanley. Find me.
He had to
Buckets.
find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Wow.
This is the story of a woman named
Oh,
Mariella.
Mariella. Again.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular
Yeah, the
day,
bucket this
her
time.
work was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity.
She had everything.
Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way
You
to work.
backflipped on the hammock! Oh my lord! What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, door
What could it
closed
mean?
again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
So I gotta find the blue and red rooms. Oh, wait, this is different. Okay, nope, it's just
Stanley
every
pushed the
once in a
bucket
while they
tightly to his
change
chest
the area, I
and
think.
entered the door on his left.
Somewhere both red and blue. I don't suppose there's any other hints. Why do you think they look like 427s? Weird spinning figurines. Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. Somewhere blue and red.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I mean, we found the one that was in here. Because then the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. I would have thought this would be someplace that's both... Whoa! Blue and red. Okay, this is new. Haven't been able to open that door previously. Up. Nice. Isn't that what? Kevin McLeod? McLeod? I don't actually know how to pronounce it. We're just going up. We're just going up. Just perpetually going up. Still going up, I guess. go. Alright. We went nowhere. We went up forever and we just arrived at the same place. I see. Yes, so it goes until you push the button again. Nice.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warp but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Down we go. What if I do the elevator thing again? But with the bucket.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
The bucket said nothing. Am I pushing the number 3?
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
That said, we still haven't seen the jump
Perhaps
circle.
the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Wow.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
The bucket just doesn't understand, like, the thing with the number 3, though.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Going up.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
It's literally
and
the same ending,
the public eye,
but with the bucket this
would
time.
Finally understand Stanley's work.
It's literally the same ending.
He advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
It is indeed a bucket. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
This was it. One last chance to win
Threes.
the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Nice.
There was no one here.
There's no one here.
Nobody
Oh,
had
no.
come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke
I'm glad
less
you
and
like
less,
the
neither wishing to state the
episodes.
obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games.
Wow.
No more long conversations about passion and pursuit. Only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Goodness. All the way back to since the original. That was like 5 years ago, I think.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
It's Stanley's office.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley
Like an
clutched the
opening.
bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I mean,
telling
most
him
of what I
that the
post
employee
now is
lounge
VOD,
was simply the
so
place to be. And
I
here
don't
it
really know
was.
that
Had
there
the
would be,
bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I don't know if there would be
Stanley took the door on
much
his
that
left
I could
to go
do
back to the
to
meeting
create
room.
like an opening.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh!
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here. Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Is Stanley married to a bucket? It's a good question. Jazz music. Now look, it's a D20, an icosahedron. Oh, bucket. It's me, your bucket. Press H to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press V to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
G to go back to work?
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it would ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
So listen to the loud man. Press G for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
L to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press R to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
As R to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
X to go home to work, to my...
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Ow! Go back to work, Stanley. Nice.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
1,300 cardboard boxes.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
I still need to find the thing that's red and blue, but I don't know where it
Stanley
is.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door to his left.
I feel like I've exhausted just about every, like, iteration of, like, choices here, though. So I really don't know where else to look. So we're both red and blue. It's the broom closet. We've already done the broom closet like 30 times now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Not near the beginning of the game with the red and blue doors? I don't know. I don't remember any red and blue doors at the beginning of the game. We could certainly try, like, going back there.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I mean, I haven't taken the escape route yet. Like, that, I think, is still the, like, one route I haven't tried. At least that I, like, know of. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Oh dear.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were narrowly walking forward into a very painful death.
For each of them. Broken shins.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
What?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Suddenly, different narrator.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learned here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this
25
and to claim
buckets.
it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is
I think
far
that's a little more
noble
than 25
Stanley
buckets.
will ever be in his short life?
A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. Stress bucket. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategy equals holes. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy, rest and relaxation. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Wow.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Oh. I guess this is solid.
Unbelievable. You
Subject name here.
must be the pride of.
Subject
There is
hometown
something
here.
we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another
Unbelievable.
opportunity to run
You
off with another
Subject
portable
name
bucket.
here.
We
Must
can
be the
save
pride
world's
of.
bucket
Subject
inventory with its
hometown
tools and
here.
implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Oop. Why are the sounds the same? Because it's the same alert. It's just different, like, things. It just shows the same exact alert. Because that is the channel points alert, so...
All of his co-workers were gone.
Um,
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
that's a lot of boxes. No, I don't actually know what that is, so.
The bucket
I've
made
only-
Stanley want to be a
I've
better
never
man
played
and
Subnautica.
a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
So I need to find this blue and red thing, though. I haven't seen the blue and red thing.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Like, I need to find the blue and something that is blue and red. The blue and red thing would normally be here. Yeah, I haven't ever seen this be the blue and red thing. It's always just been the left and the right thing.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So if that's supposed to, if that's supposed to be a blue and red thing, I don't know.
Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I don't
Stanley
know,
took
like,
the door on his
how to
left
make it
to
the
go
blue
back
and
to
red
the meeting
thing.
room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
And I've gone this way before, but I mean, we also went that way, so unless somehow there's a difference there.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually
Scaffolding?
don't
I think
know
I
what
did
is a bucket
that.
and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
about your
this is
behavior
the-
up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to...
That is the, is it a bucket, is it not a bucket thing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
not
go to
what
the
we're
meeting
after.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky
I'm assuming I need to be
Very
carrying the
lucky
bucket
indeed.
to get the blue and red thing to show up. But like I said, I haven't seen it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Without the bucket, you get the red and blue? So we're both red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
the boss office. I go down. This takes me to this. That's just the part that just repeats infinitely. But now I can't go backwards at all. So I think I'm kind of stuck now in this, like, spot. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. So that's a lovely purse. What does the elevator lead to? What, this elevator, or... This one doesn't do anything. Like, you go into that elevator and it just plays some music until you push the button again.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Might have to look it up because I haven't been able to get the red and blue door thing.
With television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Also, hello.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Like,
these questions raised
most of the things.
Stanley's
I never
mind.
saw, like, the baby.
No!
But I'm assuming that's a non-bucket
He couldn't
thing.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Wow. Is that the bucket, the actual bucket ending? That's great. That's hilarious. Location of figures. Stanley Pebbles at Exhibit 2, Collectibles Room. All the stories of Boss Room, Stairway, the bathroom of the Boss Room. After unlocking the password door in the Boss Room, go to the right. Oh. Okay, okay. I get
Already
it.
this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he...
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I didn't even see that there was a whole nother room connected to this.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Supposedly, once you get to this point, there's supposed to be something. At least that's what the guide says. I don't see anything, though. Da 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 da. I mean, that's what the guide says. You open that, and then, you go through here, and then there's supposed to be something here. Which is weird, because it then shows an image of this. Facing this way, and there's a whole nother thing right here, but there's not. I'm looking at OBS because it's easier to see. Like, OBS, it's like brighter on OBS for some reason. I'm very confused. Oh. Secret bucket office ending. I'm trying to find another facility. Yeah, figurines found to the right after entering the fireplace in the boss's office. Like, that's literally what everything says.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Let's
it mean?
try
Stanley
not
decided
taking
to go
the
to
bucket.
the meeting room. Perhaps
Maybe
he'd
there's
simply
something
missed a
with
memo.
taking the bucket that's like preventing that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
I don't
doors,
know.
he entered the door on his left.
If not, maybe. If that's not the case, maybe we'll find something else along this way anyway. Because now we don't have the bucket. So now we can, like, maybe
Coming
get
to a
different
staircase,
thing.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You're supposed to come in here. And
Stepping
you input
into
the
his
code.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
8,
not an
4,
indication of
5.
any human. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible.
Impossible.
He didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Alright, it was regardless of whether we find this room, this was totally worth it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
I love that. That was amazing. I still don't see a path to here. Maybe it has something to do with down here?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door
I
that
don't
read
think so.
Mind Control Facility.
Doesn't look like it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
But this gives me a
What
chance to
horrible
do
secret
the
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have
the
the
nuke
strength
ending
to
again.
find out?
I like try to hit the right button, you know, try to hit the buttons.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then?
5 is up
Let's
there.
say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's
3
your time
attempts
to
remaining.
shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
Blue?
I barely know where to start.
5,
What's that?
but also
You'd like to
green.
know where your
Thought
co-workers
maybe
are.
I needed to push the
A moment
button,
of solace before you're obliterated.
but
All right,
that doesn't
good
seem to
mood.
be the
You're
case.
gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office
Or
forever,
yellow.
pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone
red.
inside,
Like, I
or I let
don't-
it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing.
2.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost
4.
hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness,
1.
only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this
I'm
so
so
much.
confused.
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional
I
seconds.
legitimately don't
Time doesn't grow
understand.
on trees.
Letting him
Oh
provide
dear
to
me,
continue.
what's the matter, Stanley?
Yes.
Is it that
continue.
you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right
Hitting
now?
blue.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this
3
room was
blue.
capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
I don't
Running from
understand
button
what
to
that
button,
means.
screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't
until
know
a
what
big
I'm
boom
supposed to
goes
actually
off.
do here.
No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in
Sable.
until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Happily ever after. I'm a little curious about that. The on button to get the ending count. That's the countdown ending. Like, is that actually just it? Do. I don't understand. Everything. Go to the bucket exhibit. Nice. I don't understand. First figurine is there. Second figurine is in there. After continuing to the boss office, entering 2845 on the keypad. The fireplace opens up to the hidden passageway. Turn to the right, facing away from the lift, to find the third Stanley figure hidden in the darkness. Continue the run to whichever ending you want. Okay. Maybe I already claimed that one is the idea. On to the shipping department warehouse again. Do not take the bucket with you. You cannot get the figurine if you have the bucket with you. As much as it pains you or me to leave our friend behind. It's time to take the cargo lift and drop onto the catwalk, interrupting the narrator mid-sentence. Okay. Okay. I see. I already did the one that I was looking at, but these guys all have them this listed weird.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door.
I almost went through the wrong door.
Room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I actually have to go through the right door to get to the place I'm wanting to get to.
It was okay.
But this is the last of the figurines, so...
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Come through here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
There we
go. Carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
There we go.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly.
Say this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't do that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
There we go. We got the figurines.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
What?
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Good old Neil. People who have completed it in seconds, apparently. Stanley 427 is on the line. This is you. 9,328. It'll take you to get to the crack door. Compete against others from previous Stanley career. Nice.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh, no.
In this game,
it's baby
crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
It's over.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see.
No.
What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, no. Now what?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I mean, at least I found something new because of the because of the figurines. So there's that. I was able to find the red and blue doors, which I'm sure was much easier.
No, it can't be.
If you had played the, for people who had played the original,
It's
like,
an
there you go,
open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh no, it's Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
It's freaking Rocket League.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
There's the ball. Whoa. It gave me a speed boost.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
Whoops. That's not how Rocket League works.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
86 filing cabinets. Work in progress. Whoa! $5.10. $5.09. Yeesh. Where the frick am I now? 424. 426. 427. Here we go. Oh yeah. I mean, it's an audio mixer. Huh. But what do I do here? There's nothing actually interactable here. It doesn't seem like it. I like when I find something new and I end up having to wonder what the heck am I supposed to do. Like, oh, Okay, apparently I was supposed to turn
I
around.
wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
There is no ending. Oop. And we're back. Nice.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Back to the memory zone. The end is ever the end, is ever the end, is ever the end, is ever the end. You're right.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to go this way.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
8 out of 6.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room where you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Is it technically the boss's office?
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office.
Yep.
It was the third
This is the one I was
You
thinking
picked it up,
I was
and then
going
after.
after.
That, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
9 out of 6.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
10 out of 6. I don't remember a pink room.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, you found it by the narrator. Wow. Freaking Windows Media video. What the frick, dude? Found it under the stairs! Oh my lord. Reviewed by the narrator, best boy narrator, signed Stanley, copyright narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Windows
I spent a
Movie
lot of
Maker,
time
that's what
making
it
that
is.
video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
11 out of 6. Then the red and blue
then,
area.
Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
12 out of 6. Both doors lead to the same area. You are in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Freaking Windows Movie Maker, man.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
13 out of 6. Can't go up.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
14 out of 6.
Still
Then
don't
there's this
remember the
pink
pink
room.
Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
15 out of 6.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
16 out of 6. There appears to be more than 8 figurines. I'm just saying.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
17 out of 6. Now we're back at the beginning of the Memory Zone.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
18 out of 6. Something ain't right here. Hang on. How we get to 18 out of 6 figurines?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Jump circle.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Classic memory, this one. You go in the right door. As that matters clearly, but...
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Wow.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Begin the game again. So there is another thing.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
Yes,
How is
that's what
that
I'm
possible?
looking for.
They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. No, the orders were still missing. For now. As soon as Stanley noticed that the door to his office was still open, he rushed in with his bucket and shut the door. The pressure of going out and finding another bucket variant on one of the Stanley Parable's classic endings was simply too much for him. "It's nothing but swapped-out dialogue describing a bucket," he screamed to himself. "It's not nearly different enough to be considered a true sequel." No, he would stay right here in his office where things were safe, familiar. If others were happy with the bucket endings, well, good for them. But Stanley knew that one day, somehow, a true sequel would emerge with actual new content. If only he had waited long enough. Just a little longer, Stanley. Keep waiting. You'll get it one day, surely. Eventually. Just keep waiting. Just a little longer now.
Nice. Oh boy. So I did see that one, and I was like, okay, I have to at least do that one too. How to walk. How to unlock jumping. Yeah. There are probably more things. For each slider, each possible value. I have hidden options behind. Oh, interesting. Turn these exhibit halls settings. World champion is unlocked. Such achievement, please ignore. Oh, there's one more big thing that I can do. Storyline on the next reset. Let's complete it and start up the game at least 5 times. Hello, Tezin. I've been alright. I'm just looking over things here. Start the game on Monday, leave it running until Wednesday. Pause the game, turn on window mode, leave it unfocused, etc. Leaving the PC in lock screen or hibernation mode works as well. Game seems to count every complete hour done on a Tuesday. Therefore, you can start the game on Monday to get 11 p.m. to get the achievement on Tuesday 11 p.m. Wow. What the frick? You have to play for 24 hours. Specifically on a Tuesday. What the frick is that? Like, what? Seriously?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
That's literally one of the achievements.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
I need to go through this door. But I need to also have the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the...
So I need to find room 430, apparently? But I don't even know...
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Probably not all of the achievements. I'm just trying to see as much as I can, kind of thing. And I saw this one, and it looked hilarious.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417? Which one is door 417?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Is that back this way? No, 430. You have to play the game for not... To not play the game for 5 years. Good grief.
He entered the door on his left.
That's 413.
Yet there
might
was
not
a
have
single
gone the
person
right
here
way for
either.
437.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Okay, yeah, I did not go the right direction for 437.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
445.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Where the heck is 437?
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
412. I actually don't know where 437 is. This is 4-2.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes?
4-3.
Days?
Oh, 437.
Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
I don't know if I have to do
Stanley
them
went
all
around touching
properly.
every little thing in the office,
I have,
but it didn't
yeah,
make a
so
single
I have
difference,
to do them
nor
all.
did it advance the story in any way.
I have to like do them in proper order and things. Uh, 430, right?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
So it
Perhaps
doesn't
50
start
clicks
counting
will
it
do.
until
Yes,
he finishes
almost
talking.
certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Now we know where that is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
I assume that is this direction. 416, 415.
Now, back to door number 437.
4, 3, and 7. This one.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Nice.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I love it.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I love it. Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let's see. Press the space bar a number of times. Quit the game and start again. The settings world champion. I have to go to the exhibition hall. But there is one thing I can do right now. I don't know if this door is going to open or something in a minute.
Stanley came to a set of 2
like
open
in
doors.
a couple
He
of
entered
run
the door on his
resets.
left.
But I'm supposed to be able to go back to the exhibition
Yet
hall.
there was not a single person here either.
Again.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Eight.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. That was actually a little difficult because it went dark. There is one ending that we haven't done. Because
Stanley walked straight
we
ahead
came down to escape
mind control facility.
with the bucket, but we never
Although
came
this
down
passageway
escape
had the
without
word
the bucket.
escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Loading. Crunch. Uh-oh, ads.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Whee!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now?
Stanley's
Do you
computer.
see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Office layout. I mean, yeah, that is the office layout. Corridor. Pacing of the opening section was important to get right. Corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good amount of time. And this blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Ooh. Some developer lore! The set of the 2 open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinets. Office computers. I could turn them off. Employee database. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Interesting. The Office. 1, 2, 3. Credits. 22nd Century Toys did the console development based on the work of Stanley Parable, 2013 team. Cool. Model design. The Office. Maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. Oh, wow. That's a copy machine. Warzone. Early in the development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. LOL? That's hilarious. Alien base. Awesome. The Office. I always loved developer lore. In the previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Interesting. Cargo lift. Cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different platform. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually being stored. Neat. As a dev myself, I always love developer lore. Option 1 door to maintenance in the lounge. First choice, obey, disobey, lounge, maintenance. Option 2 doorways to maintenance. Number 3, one option, 1 doorway to maintenance in the lounge, and the original back on track option to confusion ending. Number 4, vent. What about this? To confusion ending, vent to go back. I think number 1 is what they ended up actually going with, or an iteration. Flow of hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. That makes sense? I can definitely see why. Buttons. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending. We thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Oh, interesting. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. I love that. For a long time we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. I could see that. I could definitely see that. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down. Freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down. Placed the two endings together instead. I always loved designer lore. This is a level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Much of the environment has changed. The basic layout for the mock-up is still in the game. Nice. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. First was created in November 2011. Second is March 2022 or 2012. Third is February 2013. Oh yeah, he had a much shorter desk before. Didn't wrap all the way around like it does in the final build. That's cool. I am a little lost, won't lie. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. I had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials. We never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Oh. Here's Stanley game as a work of art and a standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art. Sequel, prequel, standalone, companion game. Will it have infinite quests? How many endings? Really going to let me go shopping. I hope it will have a fine selection of desert boots. How do you make a JRPG? 2. How do you make the worst game ever? 3. What is the difference between a duck? What? Hope it's as good or better than the first one. From Cool Man. Are you a rock? Nice. That's the apartment timer. I'm very confused where I am and where the next, like, the forward is. I don't actually know where to go forward. Like, where's the continue? Is it this way? Office clock. Boss's office. Scenes from the development of the boss's office. Wow. Look at how, like, barren the boss's office was initially. I assume that's the initial anyway, since the others get more filled out. The lounge. An early version of the underground portion of the game.
Stanley pushed the number 6. And finally, he pushed the number 9.
These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Stanley pushed the big red button. Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Interesting.
Stanley walked over the bridge. And finally, he pushed the number 6. Stanley stood on the roof. Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley stood on the roof. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what, you win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Nice. Is there another place to go, or is this one of those you just restart when you're done things? Very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Countdown desk, freedom ending. Oh, here we go.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
I found it. The switch.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
There we go. I stopped it.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
All right. It's a recorded message warning us of the dangers of recorded messages. Want to go through room 416.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
I don't know what I need to do to open door 416 again.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Supposedly, I'm supposed to be able to go back through that. But I don't actually know how.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Yeah, because I need to go here. I need to go into the... what's it?
As soon as Stanley noticed that the door to his office was still open, he rushed in with his bucket and shut the door. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Want to go through the
Perhaps
new
he had simply
content
missed a
door
memo.
again. I don't know. To me, or from becoming more aware of himself in the game. I don't think so, particularly. Like, I don't think he becomes any more aware of anything.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Wanna open the door? I go to door 416 because that's where the freaking things are, and I need to go that way to do one of the things again. That you're supposed to only be able to do when you have the bucket.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
New content. I want the new content door. Why can I not get the new content door? Oh, I think we've basically seen everything.
Room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I don't know if I have to, like, actually complete, like, go through full endings, or...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to...
There is something, according...
All of his co-workers were
like,
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
according to one of the guides, you're supposed to be able to just do a manual reset each to, like, get there, but that doesn't seem to be, like, getting me anything.
All of his co-workers were gone. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Well, I hope that he would one day see weather.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it.
Well,
oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh
I
at the
think
time
we've
I thought
seen
everyone had
enough
gone
of this
missing.
game at this point. I mean, we've basically seen everything that I can think of to do that doesn't require seemingly having to just constantly reset until something randomly pops up. So,
today. Let's find out.
oh, this one doesn't even have the like a door. Like, this goes through this and then straight to the choice here. So there's literally nothing, like, no, like, side door. There's no extra content door.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
But there's the extra content door, but there's no new content through the new content door. Like, I can't seem to get through the new content door no matter how many resets I'm doing here.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support.
I do like that each run, something is like randomized. Like that one, you know, there were papers all over the place. Sometimes you get like this, where the phone rings.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
There. We'll end it with this one.
What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Whoop. And that's where it resets. Nice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Since I can't seem to get back into the new content area, I don't know what I need to do to reopen that for this run so that I can like take the bucket and whatnot. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. This game was legitimately fun. You know, I had a blast playing through it. My mouse seems to... I don't know if you, like, people have noticed that, like, if I just leave it still, every once in a while, it'll still act like there's a little, like, input, like, just there, for example. But, yeah, it's kind of weird. But, yeah, this was fun. I really enjoyed this. I can definitely see why people liked this game, like, a lot. It had a lot of good... It had a lot of good goofs, had a lot of good gaffes, and boy, did it have commentary on video games. Like, it really, it knew what it was accomplishing, though, and I like that. I thought that was really good. So, yeah, this might be one of my... like top tier games, just cause it was great. You know, I like that there is the like original Stanley Parable stuff, and then there is the bucket.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket.
And, like, that's the only difference between the two, and yet they just carry that and do so much with the fact that, oh, this time you're carrying the bucket instead. But yet they do, like, basically just the exact same stuff, and it's great. I love this. I love it. Yeah. I might not have any knowledge of the original Stanley Parable. I might not have been, you know, aware of this game during that period, and thus I may not have a real idea of, you know, some of the things in this that may have been particularly, like, noteworthy back then.
Tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting
But it was still great. I still really enjoyed it.
That the employee lounge was
You know, it was a lot of fun.
And here it was.
And I will have to figure out something new for next week because, you know, we did everything here this week. So.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Anyway, if you've enjoyed, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. There probably isn't a playlist, because this is probably just listed under the one-offs. I mean, there's probably a one-offs. It's probably in the one-offs playlist. I've probably put it there, but there probably is no, like,
Stanley knew the office
specific
layout like the back of
playlist
his
for
hand.
this.
It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time. Narrator's great. Stanley's great. Everybody's great. 'Twas good. So, with that, I guess I'll see you all next time. I guess come out twitch.tv twitch.tv/Serene Inc. If you want to see more games streamed live. So, see you later.